Sorry, I was just doing an Instagram story. I didn't realise the timer had gone off. What's happening, boys? How are we? So, this is something new. I mean, I've done study streams in the past, but now I'm working directly with GTO Wizards as part of my poker news ambassador. Yeah, I'm doing a little test stream of studying. So, I'm basically going to do a 4 hour study session showing off all the features of GTO Wizard. This is my idea. It's not something that I'm forced to do. It's something that I want to do because I do struggle to study and do struggle to study a lot of aspects of my poker game, which I know I need to be studying, right? So I just thought it makes sense now I'm working directly with GTO Wizard to do these study streams to just show to you guys all the features of GTO Wizard if you're interested in joining, to show you with you the different aspects of how to study poker and how professionals study. So, and also at the end as well, we're also going to be doing some fun. Like they've created this play section where you can play with friends. So we're going to do a little like sit and go at the end. We can play against each other. We're going to do like casual heads up, so we can like have some heads up battles. So if you guys want to play heads up versus me, so we can practice heads up. And then yeah, we'll be doing a giveaway at the end. So how it's gonna be split is the first hour is gonna be doing just studying my own hands that I've tagged and studying some of my heads up that I played last night in the 500. We're then going to do an hour of this final table section, which is really cool that GTO Wizard have just added. So you can see here that they've got 4 or 5 like really amazing, obviously sick final tables. So we've got the 10K high roller, 5K high roller, 10K Super Tuesday, 25K, and then the 10K main event. And they've basically done it where you can see here, these are all the different hands. They've ran the sims. So you can watch the final table. So we'll watch it together. And then we'll go over the sims if there's any interesting spots. So again, really cool feature, in my opinion, that they've added. So yeah, we'll do that for an hour. We'll then do the trainer. So this is how I mostly study, is using the trainer. Try and do 100 hands a day. You can see I've added a load. I've obviously added loads of my own drills. What I want to concentrate today is small blind versus big blinds. Single raise parts of this one. Single raise pot post flop, 30 big blinds, 20 big blinds, either plays fine. How I'd recommend this, unless you have a coach that tells you what you need to work on. Last night when I was playing my session, yes, although it was a very good session, I won like 7.5K profit. I felt very uncomfortable in a certain spot, and that was small blind versus big blinds when I raised the small blind and big blind defense. So that's what we're going to be concentrating today on. And then we will be, and then the last hour, we'll just have some fun. We will have some fun on doing the play section. Yeah, well, we'll be playing sit and goes, we're playing heads up, and then we'll do the marbles race at the end. So let's start off, shall we? By not play mode. Let's start off by studying some of my hands. So, as well, another affiliate of the site, Jurigen, who basically you can do that to like stack your tables and stuff like that. I've just realized that they have a feature where you can do screenshots. So you can just have the screenshot feature in the top of your corner of your screen, and then it screenshots, and then you can just easily screenshot any hands. So this is the number one spot. So you see here, it shows the screenshot. You just press that and it takes a screenshot of the spot. So, oh mate, have I really like screenshotted that without how many big blinds I've got? I think I had like around about 18 in this spot. But this is the number one way where I say the best way is you can download GTO Wizard for free. So exclamation mark GTO to download for free. You do get access to pre-flop ranges for free. I don't know how many you get for free, but how I'd recommend is take screenshots like this. So I had 18 big blinds and I was unsure what to do in this spot. I did end up going all in. So this is obviously something I'll study right now. I would take screenshots of hands like this and then I'd just study them and get as good as pre-flop as possible. So yeah, that's what basically we're going to start on. Zero delay, yes, mate. I'm going to do a 4 hour study stream, scores. 4-hour study stream. Let's do it. Holy hell, yeah. It's a lot. And then I'm going to go for a run and then after stream some tournaments. So big day today. You're going to be an expert at the end. Well, I did win 7.5k profit last night. So hopefully it makes us win 10,000 tonight. All right, let's start off. So like I said, first spot is this one. So I think I had round about 18 big blinds. Did I? Because there's like total pot's 31 in the middle, so maybe I jam full. No, because I don't. Okay, I guess maybe yeah. I guess it's effective with WED then, because yeah, the total pot's 31, so I covered both of them. So effectively, it's like 17. Effective, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. So this is not any ICM involved, so we'll just do chip EV, and then this is cut off hijack. So this is low jack, 17 big blinds. Yeah. What I will do, I'm getting better at HRC. Trotman, you see in chat, I had a good session with him because I'm now hopefully going to be creating some articles for GTO Wizard as well on Poker News. So I needed to learn some HRC. So if there's any specific spots that are going to be mostly pre-flop, like any bounty spots or any ICM spots, then maybe I could use HRC as well. So we'll see. Can I make this? Can I zoom in on this or not? Be well better if I could zoom in, but I don't think I can. I can rotate. All right. It's just a bit small, isn't it? How about we do that? There we go. That's better. That's better. All right, cool. So they were low jacks. We want to try and find low jack having 17. Yeah, this is pretty close to being perfect. Yeah. Do this one. Stay open. We are in the small lines and we chip EV, they open, and yeah, we should just flat 8-7 suited. So you can see the all-in EV. It was, wow, that's losing a lot. Yeah. All right. So this is a big mistake from me. Big mistake from me. And this is why we study. So in terms of when you're deciding whether to jam here, it is mostly going to come from these type of hands, the lower suited ace X. So yeah, I'd be more actually inclined to jam to actually flat these than jam the 8, and I'm actually obviously jamming more these. So yeah, that's good to know. But yeah, I mean, you can see that like even flattens, like the EV is close between call and fold. But yeah, jamming actually produces the worst EV. So this was a relatively big mistake for me. Which yeah, it's fine. It's fine to make mistakes. It just obviously proves that I'm far too loose in the spot. So cool. Oh wait, 9-8 suited it was. Yeah, so it's even worse. It's even worse. I thought it was 8-7 suited. Fucking hell. All right, cool. All right, what are we doing in this spot, guys? So we have an under the gun open. We have 17 bigs, just under 18 bigs in the. You know what? It'd be actually if we could maybe create a different. Yeah, we'll just do that for now, and then I'll maybe do So I think the two options are between jam and then 3-bet non-all-in. I think we mostly have jams with 18. I mean, we want to have some 3-bet non-all-ins, obviously with like aces and kings and some bluffs. But I think this is probably going to mix. I think it's mostly going to jam for 18. So yeah, let's have a look. Love to see a 10k win. No more of this penny stuff. Good luck, good luck. Nice fun, lad. Yeah, we want something like this. I mean, they had like 30 in game. Maybe this is a little bit better. Nah. Yeah, no, I'll do this, yeah. I think they're going to open a little bit tighter than this, just given that Under the Gun 1 has in-game only 7 bigs, but shouldn't really matter too much. I think it's going to be similar to this in terms of what they're going to be opening. So yeah, we can see that Ace King off is just a pure jam. You can see the EV is, yeah, you can see the best EV is between 3-bet non-all-in and all-in, so flat's not an option. And then you can see that it's actually Ace King suited is going to be 3-bet and non-all-in sometimes. So the EV's exactly the same between 3-bet and non-all-in and all-in. But yeah, Ace King off just wants to go all in. Ace Queen off just wants to go all in. You can see here that we actually don't have that many 3-bet non-all-ins actually. Yeah, it's like Aces Kings. So you actually could just play a 3-bet all in and a flat here, to be honest, which I don't mind. I don't mind. Because I think by looking at this, like, it's very hard to have 3-bet bluffs. Like, you could just use King Queen off and Ace Jack off and Ace 10 off, but I think, yeah. I mean, like, that, yeah. So it's basically jamming 8s plus. And how I'd study as well, guys. This BBZ Jordan taught me this. Don't just try and remember the one hand that you're trying to study. Always remember the bottom of your ranges. So from this spot and then trying to remember like eights is the bottom, so 8s plus. Remembering like King 10 suited, Ace 10 suited as the bottom, and then Ace Queen off, just jamming. Ace Jack off flat, yeah. Yeah, I personally just would rather 3-bet. So you can see the EV between call and raise is the same. So I'd personally use Ace Jack off and Ace 10 off as my main 3-bet bluffs. You know what? No, I'd probably use Ace Jack and King Queen because like basically when you value when you use value, you wanna offset the value with bluffs that basically also almost block that value. So that's why I'd rather like 3-bet these because obviously King X Ace X obviously yeah is nice to have in terms of kings and aces. Because let's say you use like I don't know. Let's say you use Jack 10 suited or 10-9 suited as a 3-bet bluff, right? If someone sat there with like King Queen or Ace Jack, they block your value and then they unblock your bluffs. So that's why like you see on like low boards when you need to be like betting big with like, I don't know, an overpair, right? It's rarely good to bluff like a Queen Jack and like a Jack 10 because like let's say on a 7 high board, you're gonna be big betting with queens and jacks because you need a lot of protection, right? I remember Jordan taught me this as well, and it's really good. You basically want to block your value with your bluffs because, again, let's say you big bet on a 7-high board and the big blind sat there with like a Jack 10 or a Queen Jack with backdoors. It's a pretty easy call if they block your value and they unblock your bluffs. But obviously, if your bluffs and your value contain the same cards, then yeah, it seems a bit complex, but it's actually really good to know. And also, obviously, if let's say you bluff on the 7-high boards with Queen Jack and Jack 10 with like backdoors, 2 overs and backdoor flush, it's like obviously really good to bluff. So, but this obviously, again, this is why people are like, I do get it when people are like, fuck GTO. This all depends, these ranges, on how these react, right? So if we were to node lock, let's say button not having these 3-bet bluffs, then our range would change. So this is why like the best players in the world, obviously they learn GTO ranges, but it's important, and this is where we'll get onto like GTO Wizard has these custom solutions, and you can actually like node lock post flop, and you can run the AI and stuff. So we'll get into them type of scenarios. You can't do that on pre-flop just yet, and I think I heard that multi-way solutions are coming on GTO Wizard soon as well. Yeah, it's good. It's good to get a baseline, but then, like you said, like I feel like Ace Jack off probably has the best EV in terms of 3-betting rather than flatten when people just aren't gonna 3-bet squeeze enough when you flat, and yeah. All right, what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing here? So we see an open from the hijack. There's no ICM, just chip EV in this spot. And then I jam the 11 once we see a flat. I think this is... Don't know, man. Is it one of them where we want to jam all pairs, or do we have some flats here with like 2s, 3s, 4s that aren't good enough to jam? I don't think we need to worry too much about them having pairs because I think, again, they're going to be all in. Problem is, when you actually do 3-bet jam squeeze with a weak pair like this, you've got to be careful about the flatter having all the better pairs. But I don't think that's the case. Oh my God, I'm not even showing it, sorry. Sorry. So, yeah, I jam pocket 2s here. So we see an open on from the hijack and the small blind flat. So I think in this spot, let's say if the button flattered or the cutoff flattered, I think we mostly either want to flat. I don't think we want to jam this hand. But I think in this spot where small blinds is going to be all in with all their pairs, I think that then now we can start jamming some weaker pairs because like 2s doesn't perform too good with our stack depth. Like we haven't got implied odds of like flopping a set because we're not going to win a massive part because we've only got 11 bigs. So I personally think that it performs better as a jam in this spot. What do you guys think? Sorry, I'm still getting used to this system. I found a good solution. So we got the hijack opening. We got the small blind flattened. So you can see here that like 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s actually should be flattened. I think probably population's jamming them, and you can see here that it's like 5s pluses all in. So we don't have to worry about them like corners here. So we do see a flat, and then yeah, okay, cool. So even off 11 here. So you can see it's 4s plus. And my question was, do we ever have flats with any pairs here? Yes, we do. 2s and 3s. You can see here that the EV difference is a lot more to call than to jam. So yeah, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. It's not chip EV. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, yeah, it is. I mean, there's a late reg is 47 minutes, and like I think late reg in this one's like 2 hours. So we're an hour into the tournament, so there is a bit, but it's not because these are small fields as well, right? So it's not it's very top heavy in these tournaments. So the min cash in these ones aren't worth too much, and it's not that many places paid. So it's not not going to be. Even though like it's 47 minutes of late reg left, there's not much ICM. Just me being shit, having a short stack. But yeah, it's good to know. And this is what's important, I think, to ask these questions. Like, not only to ask what 2s is doing, to ask, like, do we have any flats here with pairs? Like, we mostly don't, right? It's only 2s and 3s. And it's pretty hard to know. Like, if you do just jam any pair in this spot to simplify it, I think it's fine. Because you can see here that jamming is going to be better than folding, let's say. And you can see the EV of 3s. So, like, is close to call, right? So you could just simplify here and just jam. If you don't remember, like it's hard to remember 2s and 3s, but yeah. My dad's in the chat. What's happening? The background looks like FT. Yeah. So they've changed that on WPT. So it does actually look like an FT because it's got the money. But then maybe that's feedback. I'll give them actually. But the FT has got like cameras. It looks like it's sick. Actually, it looks like the actual WPT FTs. All right, what are you guys doing here? I need to make the screen better, man. How can I do this? Let me duplicate this. We do all right, give us a sec. Why is that not working? There we go. Just to make it look a little bit more cleaner. There we go. There we go. That's better. All right, that looks better now, doesn't it? Cool. So what are we doing, guys? I just basically wanted to look here. I've not done massive amounts of study in deep stack play, so I just basically wanted to see here. Let me change this actually. GTO was do like hand review. Let's do. One sec, sorry, I'm just changing my stream deck just so it's a bit more cleaner. Set from file, reset to default. Yeah, there we go. Cool. That's better. We're squeezing, yeah. I just wanted to see what we squeeze. Yeah, I think obviously most people just call it. I think call's fine, but I know that we definitely do have a lot of squeezes here in this spot. So from the big blinds, and I feel like it's this like suited 10x that wants to do it. So, yeah, just wanted to see. Beric just says squeeze 12 big blinds. I like it, mate. I like it. I think I've done something similar. What are we doing here? Pre-flop, we are doing a lot of big blinds. I think like all 160, were we? Yeah. Nice. Cool. Oh shit! Actually, no. King 10 suited is flat. I mean, again, it's like look at the difference between call like the EV is the exact same. So again, like it's hard to remember that you're going to be three betting the likes of Jack 7, Jack 8 suited, and not three betting King 10 suited. So again, I think people are gonna when we look at actually their ranges here, like they're gonna have to start four betting some of these type hands, which isn't going to happen, and they're going to start having to like call like the likes of King 4s and 8-6 and 9-7 suited and Queen Jack off. And yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think if we were to no lock and give them 0 4-bet bluffs here, then I think that it's going to bump up the three betting range. So as a general rule, yeah, it's hard to remember when it's obviously all crazy like this. What you could just say is just like suited 8x plus. You could just three bet. So you could just take all of these. You can see that obviously calls it does make a little bit more than raise you with like King 8 suited, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, you could also just simplify it and just call as well, because you can see like the difference in the EV between three bet and Queen 10 suited here, then calling's similar. So again, it's all dependent on the opponent. You know what I mean? All dependent on the opponent. But I do definitely think that people are going to play worse versus the three bet here than the flat. Yeah, so it's like 17.2% squeeze. A lot. Like, I'd feel more comfortable here. Like, I'd rather just not take these squeezes and take these suited combos. Yeah, because the reason actually I really like it. Like, I really like squeezing these king nines, king eights because you get these king 10 offs and king jack offs to fold, right? Yeah. So and actually when you're called here, that's what I mean. Like, I don't really love three betting these because once called, these don't perform good post flop. But also, like, these block what you want to get to fold out. This is why, like, it surprises me that this is a three bet actually, because normally you want to, like, the reason why you want to three bet these hands is one, obviously it's you get like better hands dominated, hands that dominate you to fold, but also it's obviously they perform good post flop because they're suited. Plus, it's board coverage as well, so you can cover because if you only three bet top of the range, then you've not got any board coverage on the middle boards, right? So yeah, I like it. I like it. Like king five off, ace five off's nearly a pure three bet squeeze here. Like, I'm just not doing it. Those structures on WPT are so deep. Yeah, that's why I think it's important to obviously, people say to not learn shit like this, but one, I think it's important when you actually, like, I'm having to play very deep in these WPT events because I'm having to start a lot of them because otherwise they're not going to run. But also, I think it gets you used to playing live as well. When you play a tournament live, for a lot of the day, you're going to be playing very deep stacks. So I think it's like, I do get what people say in terms of, like, I mostly do my study based off 20 big blinds and 30 big blinds because that's what you play most often, right? That's where you're going to make the most money. But I think it is important to, that's why I like doing these hand reviews because it will get you to study all different spots and all different stack depths, which you may have not studied before. So. All right, what are we doing in this spot, guys? So this is very early on, 2 hours left of late reg. We see an undergun open, we see cut off flat, we see small blind flat, and we're in the big blinds with 38 big blinds. Can we do some votes actually? Vote. Index. It's got to be in the middle of that. Call. Or is it poll? There we go. There we go. All right, we can do a little poll. Yeah, maybe we do these then. I completely forgot we can do this. All right, so it's like a poll, you can vote, and then it's a minute, and then maybe I'll do that. And then, yeah, just have some interaction. I think's nice. Sound? Yeah, so you can vote, guys, if you want to. Obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, the votes are going to only be on Twitch, so. We do a poll on YouTube as well, actually. Nah. That was asking a bit too much on it. All right, so Cole was the biggest player. I think Jam. I think the problem is with call here with ace 10. I think I'd rather call here ace 10 suited because there's a bit more playability post flop. I just don't think ace 10 off performs too good 4 ways. I think we're going to be too dominated with ace X. I think we're going to be out of position versus 2 people as well. So I think definitely jam an ace king, definitely jam an ace queen off, defo jam an ace jack off. So I'm definitely not jamming ace 9 off. So I think this is close, but I definitely think the EV is going to be close between call and jam. You don't want to just play jams. You're gonna have definitely a lot of calls in that spot, but it's like you're gonna go four ways is the issue, right? You're gonna go four ways, so you need. I'd rather flat here with like a hand like 5-6 suited. That again plays better post flop than ace 10 off, and also ace 10 off obviously has blockers to like hands that call us, and if we get called, we perform decent against pairs and stuff like that. So I assume it's gonna jam here in this spot, but I guess we'll see. Everyone covered us, right? Yeah. So what was it? Under the gun, which is basically under the gun one, cut off, small blinds. So, I mean, I was correct in terms of the ace jack off. I was always jamming ace queen off, ace king off. Ace 10 off is not a jam. There is some three betting going on, by the way, non all in. So if I think someone said three bet, my dad said three bet. But yeah, you can see how yeah, it's interesting that actually, because like I'd actually rather flat hand like Jack 10 suited than ace 10 off. But yeah, I think just a little bit too loose here. I mean, you can see here actually, fucking hell, like some guessing, right? I think the reason being is with ace 10 off is you can see that there's some three bet non all ins here that you want to be having with ace king suited kings and aces, right? So to offset that, you need some bluffs. And it's just basically using ace 10 off and ace 8 off. So that's why you can see the difference in the EV here is massive between all in raise and call, because it's using mostly this as a bluff. So that makes sense. But yeah, quite a big mistake for me to jam. And again, it's just close margins in it, because like you can see here that like jamming ace jack, for instance, is a lot better than calling. So it wasn't a massive punt, I think. I think if we saw here ace 9 off, if we would have took that, would have been a massive punt. Massive punt. It's slightly minus EV to jam. But yeah, you can see basically we're just not folding any suited combos. So. Well done. If those have got it right. Better than me. All right, what are we doing here, guys? Let's do a little poll. So again, there's no ICM involved. Purely chip EV. I personally think the two options are best are between jam and call. That's what I was interested in. I think, yeah, I think we're not going to have too many jams in this spot, given one, we're on the button. If we're in the small blinds, I think we definitely do have a lot more jams. And so I think this is close between call. I'm sorry. I think this is not close. I think it's gonna pure call this hand. But the reason why I tagged this, and the reason why I tag certain hands like this is not just to see what this hand is doing, but like, do we have any? The question is like the question I was asking myself here is, do we have any jams? And I think it is close. Like I don't think we're gonna have many jams, just given that it's like 35 big blinds effective. I think if there was like 30 big blinds, then maybe we start to, but I don't think we have that many jams for 35. I think we're either gonna have flats or we're gonna have three bet non all ins. Like, let's say I had like ace king, ace queen off, which is mostly jamming a lot of the times when you're out of position, just wants to probably three bet non all in here. So let's have a look. Hmm. Yeah, I want there to be some short stacks in the play. Actually, no, because we're not. Yeah, I need to find because we're jamming here because it's actually like 35 effective. Yeah, maybe we just do the 35. Because like, let's say we give everyone 35 bigs. There's never going to be any jamming. I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, because we're like 35 effective with small blinds and then big blinds got 20. So we'll just do it like this. We'll just do it like this. So yeah, there's no jams. There's is some three bet non-all-ins, and then there's mostly flatten. Yeah, fives is just pure calling. But I did want to see if there's any like jams, which there's not. So that's result. Like yeah, that's resolves that question. And then in terms of pairs that we like three bet, so like tens is basically pure three bet calling, and then we're doing some three bets with nines and eights, and then just sevens to twos. We're mostly just flatten. Yeah, sorry, I'm still getting used to this. The different scenes. I'll get better. First one. Cool. And then obviously important takeaway is what we use as bluffs here. So using like ace nine off, like the offsuit ace X, the offsuit king X, and then some like bottom suited king X and ace X, which I think sound. And then as value three betting is like, yeah, like I said, like a bit of nines, tens plus, ace queen suited, ace king off. This is an ICM spot. So this is what we might have to use HRC for this to get this exact spot. But obviously, if we can find a spot similar on GTO Wizard, then we'll use that as well. But my question to myself here was, do we ever jam this spot? One, do we have jams? Two, do we ever jam this hand? What are we doing? Jam. I think if they were all 15 effective, then 1,000,000% jam. The problem is with this spot is that the small blinds got just under 28 bigs. So we're basically playing 28 big blinds effective. But because we cover them and we've got a similar stack anyway, I think they've just got to fold everything. So, but problem is with this spot, fours just isn't the best in terms of blockers. So obviously with ICM, it's a lot more blocker. So like I think it'd be best to jam like an ace four here, an ace two suited than fours, but I guess we'll see. Let me try and find. I'll try and find a spot with on GTO Wizard first, and then if I can't, then I'll just quickly do one on HRC. So yeah, it's we're gonna struggle to get a an exact one where and this is why like this is why I had to learn HRC, and because obviously GTO Wizard's sick because it has all obviously different types of ICM spots, but that's why ICM is so fucking difficult, because let's say we get the closest one to this, which is, I don't know, let's say it's fucking, just trying to see what the closest one is. This one, I guess. Yeah, let's get this one. So I guess this one's the closest because we cover every single one of them. And then the small blinds is got the biggest stack. So you can see here that this is going to probably be similar, but again, I'd love to quickly, now I know HRC, I'd love to quickly just look in HRC and just quickly run it anyway. But you can see the first question was, yes, we do have jams, and we do actually jam fours in this spot. So, but obviously, again, this is slightly different because let's say worst case scenario, we jam here. Oh my God, I'm not even showing it, fucking hell. Let's say we jam here and the small blind causes, we are not going to be out the tournament. We're still going to be left with like 10 big blinds. Whereas obviously the spot that we had, so this spot is we are going to be basically out the tournament. So that's why it is slightly different. So maybe this is a spot at the end that I'll run a HRC sim for, because it'll take a bit of time. But I think the important thing is just to try and see the type of hands that we are jamming in this type of spot right near the bubble. So how it normally works is you min raise top of the range and then you min raise bottom of the range and then you jam all the middle. So this is why this makes sense. And you can see here that it is still jamming these blockers. So like a lot of King X, a lot of Ace X type hands. And you can see it's using a lot more suited combos because obviously once you get called, you want a little bit more equity as well. So that's why you want him to use mostly suited combos rather than obviously these like offsuit Ace X, right? Because these can easily just min raise fold. So sweet. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll keep that to the side, and then maybe at the end I'll run that. But again, I think it's going to be fairly similar. Like it may be a spot where we don't jam as much, but it's going to be pretty similar. All right, next one, guys. What are we doing here? So this now is an ICM spot. We are in the money. We are final table bubble. 10 left. We are 4th position, and the button opens. So I think so I've given 3 options there. Obviously, there's flat, there's 3-bet non-all-in, and there's all-in. I don't think 3-bet all-in, 3-bet non-all-in is a thing here. You want to be a bit more polarized, so you kind of want hands that are going to 3-bet call an all-in and 3-bet fold to an all-in. This doesn't feel strong enough to 3-bet call versus someone that covers us. So, and obviously playing 35 big blinds deep. So I personally was between jam and call. I think chip EV, it does go probably to 3-bet call or jam. But I'm interested. These ICM spots that I've saw here, we actually don't flat too much from the small blind. So this is why I'm really interested. And again, this might be a spot where I want to run an HRC as well, because I do have the payouts. Don't think call. So question is, Skeleton, would you have any calls in this spot, do you think? Question that I do want to see is, do we have any calls? And again, this isn't going to be exact, but it's going to be similar. We'll do 200 players. We'll do final 2 tables. We'll do 5. All right, so we had 35 in the small blinds. Yeah, this is going to be fine. I mean, in our specific scenario, obviously the button. Yeah, no, actually, because they're not gonna jam. They're not gonna open as wide actually, because they're actually covered. Maybe this is better actually. Yeah, I think this would be closer. As you can see in here now, I think this opening range, but like the issue is the button's not going to open as wide when they're covered from the big blinds, but they're going to be able to open wider when they are covering. So in this scenario, we have 30 big blinds. Obviously, in game we had 35, so it's going to be slightly different. But just to get a good gist of things, I don't think it's going to be crazily different. I think we'll probably have probably less jams when we have 35 bigs, But yeah, you can see here about how tight we are. So we do, question I did ask is, do we have any flats? We do. We do have some flats. Two shorties, ICM. Yeah, maybe we want to just quickly run this. And this is an easy one to run in HRC, to be fair. Because yeah, again, it does. Yeah, I guess it does depend, doesn't it? There's two short stacks. Because like, what is it given in this scenario? It's given. To be fair, it's given like hijacking this one, having 10 big blinds. So this isn't going to be a million miles off, but again, it's good obviously with these ICM spots to get it exact, right? But yeah, I think this is reasonable. So actually, it's given the EV of 3-betting being better than jamming in this spot. So we do start to have some jams with 8s and 9s, some like king jacks, king 10s. So first question is, we do have some flats. Again, what you could just simplify your range and just not have any flats because you actually don't flat too many hands, right? But also, we also do want to have some jams on this stack. But then we're gonna have less jams when it's 35 big. So 35 bigs will allow some. Maybe I'll just do it in HRC quick. Let's do that. I'm getting better at HRC, but I'm still fairly new to it, so bear with me. All right, let me find the payouts. Right, bear with me. Let me just quickly do this because I'm interested. So it's the ante 0.6. So that's 0.1. Should be like 12. Does that make sense? It's like 0.1. Yeah. Bam bam. Do 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 do. Oh, mate, if I just done it in chips, fuck me. Sorry, bear with me, guys. I'll get quicker at this as well. I don't know the total chips is the issue. Let's do the payouts. Don't know the total chips is the issue. Maybe we'll just do like an average based on the total. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I should have a preset of these. I need to that's one thing I need to do. I need to do a preset. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, bear with me. All right, yeah, we'll just do it like that. Cool. Did I miss anything from this? 10 players left. We won't run it like crazily, obviously, because my process power while I'm streaming. I don't think my PC is the best. We'll just do it to like 20. See how long that takes. But I fucked up here. Like, why is it so tight? Lagging, yeah. All right, bear with me. All right, that should be better now. Yeah, Trot, did I set this all right, didn't I? Everything seems pretty spot on. 10 left, 13 page. Is it because the total chips here? Or does that not matter? Is it total chips? Is this total chips based on the table or the actual? Change your sound. I'll made that look so complicated. Fucking hell. I'll have to do that after the stream. It's probably dead easy. Right, change the usage of the. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, basically, I'm gonna do the first hour. I'm gonna do my own running hands, but then the next section I'm gonna do is reviewing some final tables using the final table section, mate. So what I was gonna do was actually do the WSOP final table. I think that Espen one. If you fancy doing that, I don't know if you've reviewed that before or if you watched it. But yeah, that was my plan anyway. If you fancy watching and going over some sims together. Total chips is the runners. Runners time starting stack. What the fuck's the starting stack in there? I don't even know the starting stack in this 100. I'm fairly certain that this is right. But yeah, that's all tight we've got to be, man. Fucking hell. All right, cool. I mean, I'll get better at these. Obviously, like I said, I did have a session with Trot to go over all this, and then I probably not the best to use this while one, I don't have a great PC, and two, I need to figure out properly how to do it so it doesn't take up all my RAM, so it doesn't lag. So, but yeah, cool. All right, cool. I mean, we are nearly an hour in, so let's move on to. We didn't do any post flop, but mostly pre flop I do anyway. So, but yeah, maybe we'll do. We'll start on the WSOP final table if you want, guys. Sound? Yeah, let's do it, man. So we go on here. I assume this is the start, is it? Oh wait, this is scoop. $10K main event. High roll. Ah, I thought they had the WSOP on. Did they not? Ah, because I'm on Scoop, that's why. All right, so they've got more than I thought. So they've got Scoop, and then they've got WSOP. It's up to you, Chad. If you want to, what do you fancy going over? Do you want to fancy going over Scoop? Do you fancy going over WSOP? Up to you, mate. Ah, the button down is jamming. So, yeah. Ah, okay, that makes more sense. All right, I'll run that so it's properly, yeah, because it's all a bit messy, but yeah, I just need to figure out a way to use less RAM so it's not going to be lagging as I'm doing it. Is the issue? Maybe I can any actual ones that I need to run. Maybe I can run pre the stream, the study stream, just so it doesn't take up as much memory and shit like that. I think the WSOP main one will be good to go over. Ah, so we got the 2022 one and then the 2023 one. And then we've got the 2024 one as well. Wow. GG Millions. 250K super high roller. That could be fun. Yeah, man, cool. Yeah, we'll do some scoop then. Let's do the 10K 2024 main event. Oh shit, is that at the end? These the start ones. Yeah. So how am I going to do this? So if we do this as opening, and then that can show you the spots. All right, yeah, cool. Sound? Yeah, man, chat. If you want to jump on call, if you fancy it, mate, we can go over some of this FT. We will be doing a giveaway at the end. Oh, GG Millions, yeah, sound. GG Millions sounds good to me, lad. Online, 10K, GG Millions, high roller. It's cool. Oh wait, is that at the end again? Why? What is going on? Why are they? It's almost like they've not done it in order. Yeah, that's weird, man. Ah, because they didn't have the right filters on. Right, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Figured it out. Sorry, guys. This is the first stream I'm doing like this, so we'll get better as time goes on. Share my screen. That one. Hello, hello. Yeah. Can you hear me? Thanks for joining, mate. Yeah, I didn't even think about getting people on for this. I was just going to do it on my own, but I think this, specifically this section, I think will be really fun because obviously I know it's just, I think this would be more fun going through it with people. I don't know, have you used this feature much on GTO Wizard, going over these? I know obviously you do a lot of ICM work, but have you used this much kind of going over these sims or these videos or anything? Hasn't got everything. Nice. Yeah. To be honest, I've always wanted to go over these GG Millions ones as well, so. Ooh, right, it's first hand, I imagine, is Jovan opening. I think that's standard. Feels like that James is it's gonna be the spot with the nines. So what are we? I personally would always just be flat in this spot. But obviously it's actually, I guess it's tricky just because of how short the big blind is, but I personally wouldn't do anything other than flat. Let's hard that. There we go. Yeah, feels standard. Yeah. So don't need to thingy that. So what is this? Yeah. Very true. And he's second in chips as well. Yeah. So it's a lot more interesting actually than it appears. Obviously, it doesn't feel interesting because of the hands. Just probably doesn't want to do anything else. But yeah, give just aces. Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah. Obviously, because it's just how short the big blind is. 10, 9, 9, 8. Yeah, that's the big difference in it that people see. By the way, I'm going to give a shout out in chat to Trotman. He also streams, works with Coin Poker, and also does coaching as well, guys. Is the owner of Crush Club Discord channel, which I'd highly recommend joining. And yeah, prime example, the other day, I'm going to start using a lot more HRC with doing these study streams and also doing articles. I'd done a session with him one-on-one and I learned massive amounts. So if anyone's interested in coaching and yeah, just interested in checking out a crusher play, then I'd highly recommend to watch his stream. Right. No, of course, lad. Right. I mean, yeah, like I said, that was fairly standard, that one, but hmm um I'm guessing it shows this one because either Sergio obviously have potentially has some jams here. I think it's mostly gonna have min raising, and then based on Jovan, I guess having such a big stack can start to use some obviously 3-bet bluffs, which this might be. What are we saying about this spot? Yeah, I like it. And then Jovan, what you're using is it's hard. I find it in the big blind here. Obviously, you start to you want to have some 3-bet, obviously non all ends with aces, kings, and stuff, right? But in terms of offsetting that, it feels very difficult when the short stack's opened under the gun one, and then they've got literally zero big blinds. So how would you think about this? Because obviously, I've seen normally in ICM you want to use like the suited combos, but here you're gonna have 3-bet folds, right? Because they're gonna have more jams. So this feels like a good candidate to 3-bet as a bluff. But yeah, what would you be thinking about in this? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because when I was thinking about it, I was like, actually, yeah, we do have a lot of jams, and then would you actually want to would you be want to be thinking about flattening aces? But with like you said with ICM, you don't see that many slow plays with aces, do you? Yeah. And even like you obviously even when you play low stakes, like people just their size and the biggest tells is sizing. Like if someone just, I think I done a clip on social the other day where I flopped the king eye flush, and the guy just bet big on a monotone board, and I had a note on him. He just doesn't. He just never bluffs. So like, it's never a bluff. So just get the money in. You know, like there's no point in like the reason why you want to be obviously balanced is because you're playing against good players. But if someone's not a good player and they're not balanced themselves, you don't then need to play balanced. And prime example, they just got it in with second pair or whatever it was. All right, so under the gun one range is something like this. Actually, we don't have. It's not given any jumps, which is interesting in this spot. Um, just based on how I guess short they are, how early position they are. I'm guessing if we start to have some hijacks and cut-offs, then they'll start to have jams. But yeah, yeah, I did as well. Yeah, yeah, I did. Yeah, because we used to playing in big blinds. Yeah. That's why though, like that's what I mean. Like that looks shorter than it is. You know what I mean? That's why it actually is good to practice. Actually, another good tip is the playing chips when you're gonna be playing live because playing in big blinds is just so like that's what I'm saying. Like, do you remember that WSOP spot where it was final two tables and the the manager was like, if you're calling that, you're calling that. It was kind of like it was like 16 bigs or four or whatever, and the guy was like, he was that Italian reg. He was like what? Like, what are you talking about? There's a massive difference, even in two big blinds in this spot. And like, that just shows the massive difference between 14 big blinds and like 11 or 12. Like, it may not seem like a massive difference, but it is. All right, let's have a look at the big blinds range. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And like you said there, the ace six, the ace seven instead of the ace five, ace four, yeah, because they have just so much more equity because they can make straights, even like ace three. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I assume this. Oh. Yeah, that is gangster. What do you reckon he's going to do? Yeah, after we've just seen that. When I was doing an article the other day, my first one, and yeah, that's why it really excites me to do them actually, because it's like it was basically two just sickos. It was like the 50K bubble, and just to see, yeah, it does go for the jam, does go for the following. Interesting. So again, it's like we've just studied it then, and like, and then we have saw actually what the GTO play wants to do, but that's why it's like these guys they play against each other. They have reads. They also are sickos, so they have obviously different type forms of strategy. And obviously, he has a reason to jam the ace five there than flat. So Yeah. And it's good as well. It's good to actually see like, oh shit, like these sickos aren't actually playing. Like people may think that they're just playing pure GTO, and it's like, nah, they're not. Like they're gonna make mistakes, like, and because of the humans, but they're also. It's not even a mistake. Like there's a jam there. Like if you would have folded there, then it was oh shit, that's crazy. But like obviously the EV is gonna be fairly close. So. Right, next one. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. Next one. Yeah. I'm back playing on there after a couple of years, and because I've still got my avatar and that, and got my first slower roll. That's why when I was playing, I always had to like like it was had to even if someone's tanking on the river, I was like they could be slow rolling me. Yeah. I'm guessing it shows this hand just in terms of like this Jack 8 being close. Again, based on the chip distribution, I can't see like I mean I know obviously Sergio is like pretty like fairly short, but I think this potentially would only ever be a fold if like if the shorter stack was like one or two big blinds. I think this was always just yeah, just that. That's really interesting. Yeah, I would have took off suit 8x as the bottom here, but that definitely makes sense. So let's have a look. So we've got wow, holy shit. Yeah. That's why I'm doing this study. Yeah. Fucking hell, look how much that's mate, look how much fucking that's mental. Even that, wow. Yeah, and this is why, like, obviously, I'm honest with this, like, I've been studying a lot to then like I've not been concentrating on ICM or final tables, and this is why this excited me to do these type of stuff. But this just shows the dramatic I mean, obviously, Trot, you've done hundreds more hours of ICM work than I have, so again, just proves like I'm well off in this spot. And I mean, wow. See, like I'm fucking miles off in this spot. Like I would be defending most suited combos here, so that just proves like how fucking shit I am at ICM. Like mental. Yeah, that's mental. Yeah, mad. Yeah. Yeah, this is fun, man. This is why I need to yeah. Especially now because obviously like I'm getting more FTs as well. With obviously playing lower fields like you know, chart in terms of you do get more to more final tables and more heads up when you're playing the lower field tournaments, and which I am a lot more now on WPT and even 888 as well. So it's just like obviously if you're playing, which I used to, low stakes, micro stakes, when you're playing thousands of fields, like you're not getting too many for FTs too often. So it is better to work on other parts like 20, 30 big blind ranges and blah blah blah. So, but now I'm getting to more. It's them working on what you're completely off on, and this is obviously I've just realised what I'm completely off on. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Next one, next one. Oh wait, is this the one we've just done? Yeah. Ah, yeah, we didn't even see actually. Let's have a look. Imagine if he just jams us on. Yeah, fault. Yeah. Yeah, too good. And again, though, it's like that's why though, like, when I come up with this idea to the study stream, like I get so like, and then this is obviously where I'd recommend a coach and blah 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 because they point you into the right direction. But even me, like I'm like, right, I've got to work on this spot, work on this spot, work on this spot. But if I do this study session where I do like 4 different aspects of study, like I've never saw anything like that because I've not got to ICM like final table study really. So, but now I know now in that in a similar spot, then I'd be that tight because I am completely off it. So. I like it. Cool. So yeah, obviously standard open from the button, big blind. What are you doing here? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, from what we've just seen then, but then we're not covered, are we? In this spot, this is different because we're not covered. But let's have a look. Actually, let's see what they did first, and then so I'll miss out. Yeah, so they did call, and then this was button opens 25, big blinds does call. Yeah. Yeah, so that this is why like it's completely different to the spot because one, obviously, because it's a button open, and two, because you're covering. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's look at what they're opening. So they're still open 34%. So it's not crazily tight. Look at the think it's not. Why is that not? Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to see I don't know why it's not working this. Table is it? Why is that not? I don't know. It's not giving me the equity between the 3-bet. Well, I suppose it's going to be close though, isn't it? Between flat and 3-bet in terms of the king 7 off, but I imagine it's mostly. Yeah, it's froze for some reason. Well, no, this is it. It's froze here because it's just froze on the queen now for some reason. It won't let me change it. Yeah. Let's have a look. It's my PC, man. There we go. mad. Yeah, I just would never even be thinking about jamming this. These like king threes, king fives, king sixes. Did ya? Nice. That's the thing, like that, and this is what it all depends. Like it jamming these on the basis of you getting all these hands to fold that dominate you, so the king jacks, king queen suited, ace jack off. But if they're not folding them, then it's not going to be a good jam. Yeah, yeah. I think if you were to node lock them, they're basically calling these hands, then you would just see the range here, wouldn't you? You'd start to see more jams, yeah, and you'd also see more jams from like jacks and yeah, and like more like ace king jams and shit, wouldn't you? Right, next one. Um, this is yeah, I guess this is gonna be a fun one because I guess there's gonna be blammy blinds because I'm like, well, no hands stick out to me, but obviously when you've got Ponikov and the big blinds, then it's gonna be blood. All right, what are we? Ooh, what are we thinking here, Trot? Ponikov, he's just can never guess. He's just this fucking crazy sicko, and he. I guess yeah. I guess it goes ISO, and then maybe. I guess maybe this is why they chose this because maybe Christopher folds to the ISO. Yeah. We can obviously see both, which is good. Folds, yeah. Let's have a look. Mhm. Just use an A6, yeah. Yeah. I guess, yeah, I guess it doesn't as well. It doesn't really use the any king or queen X because a lot of the them type of combos are just going to be all in anyway, aren't they? So it's only really going to be like aces, ace king, kings that are going to be like four betting on all in. So that's why it uses mostly the ace X to offset. That makes sense. I've just realized, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, then you won't be able to hear trot because basically I have to hide the background audio because obviously music, you can't play music. So just go over to my Twitch channel and watch it on Twitch. Be sat there, just me, just being in silence. And also, like that's where like node locking comes in. So if you do use HR, obviously you can't node lock pre-flop on GTO Wizard just yet, but you can on HRC, and then obviously post flop. I guess the post flop AI you can obviously node lock to give them the specific pre-flop range, but then you can node lock specific sizes or specific obviously hands you can node lock. So that's what's super important because yeah, there's no point in following a sim and they're going, oh, I've just run 10 hands. But then in them 10 hands, your opponent's never going to be playing the way the obviously the solver is. So that's when there's just like the study is just not going to make you any money in the low stakes, micro stakes. Oh, next one. This is going to be a fun one. Yeah, it's mad. Mad. Um, yeah, what are you? Fireworks, yeah. What do you think flat? What do you think has the best EV here? Three betting or folding? Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I think you'd probably see like less flats if we were like a Midland stack, wouldn't you? I think. But given that we're the chip leader, then yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then shooting the offsuit combos as three bet bluffs a lot of the time. All of this, yeah. Right. So we see under the gun open. We see the low jack. Yeah. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Fucking God's outrageous. Fucking hell, mate. Wow. That's fucking mad. That is fucking mental. That's mental. Mhm. Yeah. See what they did? Yep. Jovan seems very good. Quickly filled. What would you? So what's the bottom of your offsuit ace exit for you be flat here? Mm. Yeah. Mad. Look at the jams there, mate. Holy fucking shit. Who's got the balls to do that? Just fucking rip King 2 suited into the chip leader in this spot for 100 bigs. Ace 2 off, by the way. This seems fucking sick, this though. When you're second in chips with 100 bigs. That's fucking sick. Mate, 5-4 suited. Queens plus, and then they've just they've just got no calls. Mate, that is wild. Yeah, that is sick. That I've never seen that where someone has no calls. By the way, that is fucking sick. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not happening. That's fucking sick. That. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's mad. Mate, it's a different game. FT, some FTs, and ICM. It's just a completely different game. That's sick, man. That's so sick. 5-4 suited. That's what I mean. Like, if you see someone do that, like, if you saw someone and you just be like, they're a fucking fish. Like, obviously, just not good player. And then it's like, it's mental. This is a fun one, Chuck. This is a mystery hand, so we can guess. Yeah, the amount of just to continue on that, the amount of times I've like tagged someone as a fun player and then I've shark scoped them and they're just a sicko. Like fuck's sake. And I mean, we don't know who's going to open here, but I mean, oh well, I guess it's blind v blind then, because the fucking 6-10. There's no way they're in the pot otherwise, right? Yeah, there we go. I know, fucking hell. Oof. So shit with mass. Yeah. Just go for the limp. Interesting. Yeah. Let me see a check. Yeah, cool. Let's have a look. Yeah, so a lot of raising. Yeah, so a lot more. A lot more than we thought. Yeah. Yeah, and then big blind just calling the offsuit 8x. Yeah, just again, like we see, or using some of the offsuit ace-x, king x's, 3-way bluffs, queen x. And then starting to fold. Obviously, with Chippy V never be folding these suited combos for 40, but starting to fold these now. Yes, it was a call on a check. We'd have to do it with the AI, I think, because I don't think this. Let's dance. Do you want to see the action first and then run it, or? Let me go. Don't be silly. Yeah, because it's mystery as well, so I don't even know what Daniel's got. Let's have a look. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because they've probably got a similar amount of 10x, but the big blind's got a lot more 4x and 6x, right? So. Go for the call. Can't set up geometric, can you? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because Daniel's probably going to just, yeah, he's going to have every combo 3-5, isn't he? So, and obviously the small blind hasn't. So yeah, that's why, yeah. And then you tend to see when there's a shift like that where the big blind can have the nuts and the small blinds, then you don't really have a bigger pot, like you said, bet than pot. Yeah, I can't ever see it being like with our hands too good. We'll be blocked with like some 10x, right? Maybe some like pairs with a that blocks the straight. We could block, but then like in terms of this feels like yeah, just like a big size. Like so you'd rather go like 2/3 here than like let's say half pot. Yeah, 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 yeah. I agree. Yeah, he just go for the block. Interesting. That's why we study. That's why. No, but that's what. Again, this is what I think. Actually, I was gonna just do this on my own, but actually getting other people on to then we have two opinions of what we'd play it with. Then we have our opinion first. Then we see what the sickos are doing, and then we see what the solvers doing. I think it's just a good way of getting better. Yeah, I don't think they'd include this if it was just boring. It's jams. Yeah, I'm guessing Daniel just fucking rips it, does he? Oh, it shows it now. He's got the 7-8. There you go. Shows it. What are we doing? What do you think about the size here? Do you think? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's very hard to have bluffs in this spot as well, isn't it? I think I think James is gonna. Yeah, you kind of want to be blocking either straight here to call, right? Because they're not doing this with a set. I'm guessing. Mm, yeah, it's a really interesting hunt. All right, let's have a look. Custom report, is it there? Oh, we'll just go back to that. There we go. Ah, shit. Ah, there you go, yeah. There you go. Yeah, I'll pause that so I've got the 10 on the river as well. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because yeah, that makes sense. Give it some, give it some of these as well. Yeah, just throw some of them in. Do you want to node lock to remove the jam over the sorry, the 200%? Because I think like I need to just give it the options where we think actually humans are gonna play. So give it like yeah. So we got a third, and then you mentioned about having bigger sizes on this flop, so I think that's reasonable, right? For pot, yeah. Let's have a look. Again, this watch just super sick, guys. You can just put your sizing in. Because again, like this, I don't think humans are going to play, even like sickos aren't going to play the exact size that the solver's given. So again, there's no point in using that because you want to see what actually you want to be used. Obviously, you want to see what you want to be using, but then if you're in the big blinds, you want to see what the solver wants to do versus the actual size that the person uses. So yeah, you can see it. There's a mix between the two. Yeah, the EV is basically the same, yeah. Yeah, just calls pretty much everyone. Was it the two of clubs? We studying today? Yeah. No, I'm doing an MTT session later, but I'm throwing in some of these GTO Wizard study streams that I'm going to be doing. I don't even know, maybe once or twice a month to start. So we've also got, let's do a little shout out to as well those that are here. We've got Trotman here, who is a fellow streamer. He is affiliated with Coin Poker, and he is a low stakes, mid stakes, soon to be high stakes crusher. So go and drop him a follow. Wait, you have to wait 6 minutes before giving a... What the fuck is... Oh, saying I've got to wait 6 minutes, but... Interesting, yeah. Yeah. I know. I don't know why Twitch has only allowed me to 6 minutes. I've got to wait. I chatted off chat about fucking an hour ago. To shout you out. There's never done that for me before. It's weird. Weird. There we go. 10-6. Yeah. So hard. So hard. Yeah. That's why, like, I've noticed in this AI, where when I was doing them articles, sometimes I think obviously just because they are very complex, like sometimes if you do just add input some or your own sizes or smaller sizes, then it does prefer the AI does prefer them. So yeah. Yeah. And again, it's like you may have a solve. That's why, like, I'm getting more into HRC and stuff, and I've never really been into Pio Solver. For someone that doesn't really know properly, like I'm not an expert at using it. like I might just see a sim and go, right, I'm just going to overbet now. But this is why this feature is fucking insane, because then you can actually import the sizes and be like, oh no, shit, actually that solver's wrong. Like it may be like some of the best in the world that may solve it, but they may have just got one size wrong because it may have been too complex to run 2 or 3 sizes. And obviously this is where this overpowered AI comes in. Mm. Sorry, I moved the 2/3 in there. Yeah, really interesting that. Yeah, because again, we've gone from it being an over bet to then putting in the 2/3 to then putting in a third, and the solver actually prefers the third. So yeah, 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 yeah. And that's the thing, like that you see sometimes of like there being a limping range on like shorter stacks, but I've never implemented that because one, I just like to simplify to just like raise or fold or all in. But then you do see people that have a limping strategy even on deeper stacks, but they obviously know how to play that, and they also are aware that maybe people are making too many mistakes from that. But I'm not. I'm just open. I'm not clever enough to do that, because if people are making too many mistakes and you actually don't know how most people are going to react to it, then how the fuck are you meant to play it? But obviously that's where then it gets a lot more complex, and that's where if someone does something like that, like Giraffe 1BB on the turn, he knows how probably population play against this, so that's why he does it. You know what I mean? No problem, mate. No problem. Do you want me to remove the all in? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whereabouts that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just to go. Close, yeah. Beasts. Beast, beast, beast. Yeah. Yeah. This is why we're like, and then the bluffs are coming from like, yeah, that have their like pairs that block the straights. That's why I was like interested to see actually if we look at what we're calling here is like, yeah, it's calling some like 10x hands that block the straight. Yeah, but then actually it's yeah, folding a decent amount. So difficult. Shot. All the best, mate. Go and drop them a follow, people. Nice one, lad. Bye bye bye. Cool. All right, let me just go and grab a little another drink, go to the toilet, and then yeah, we've done 2 hours already. This is flying. So next hour I'll do the trainer. And then the final hour will be fun, where we'll do some heads up battles, we'll do some sit and goes, and then we'll do a giveaway. So let me just play you. What can I play you? I'll play you like a GTO Wizard YouTube channel. I highly recommend the content. To be honest, they've got some really sick content. I have free content on their YouTube channel. So I will play you. Yeah, I'll actually play you this one. So Espen, who obviously won the main event, goes through his final table run with Kevin Rabichow, which is one of the best heads up players in the world and probably one of the best, I guess, MTT players in the world as well. I know for a fact he has a heads up course. So yeah, so maybe for that section of the study sessions, I'll get a different person on. I mean, I really love studying with Trot. Is someone that I've studied a lot with. So maybe we get Trot on every week. Not every week, every time I do that, maybe. Or we get a different person on each time I do that. I think that'll make it a lot more funner than final table replays. Yeah, just something to mix it up. But yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then we'll do another 2 hours. Hope you enjoyed that, guys. Yeah, exclamation mark GTO in chat if you do want to join GTO Wizard, and also check out their YouTube channel as well. Cool. Sorry if you've been watching on YouTube, you've not been able to hear anything, but now you will be able to, because it's just me, and then we're going to do the trainer. So what I do want to do is we'll do this specific one. So small blind versus big blind, single raise pot, post flop, 30 BB is what I want to work on today. Because this is the spot where I was playing yesterday and I was most uncomfortable, basically. So first, actually, before we start, let's just have a look quickly at the ranges. I think it's important. So this is the range that we should be doing from the should be either calling, raising, or folding from the small blind. I think it's reasonable. I think I personally don't raise enough in general. I don't think I mix all these like offsuit combos to raise. I don't think I do enough of these. So this is where I need to get better at. What we could do is actually we could start it off. Yeah, because I mostly want to concentrate on me raising from the small blind. Maybe what I should do is, because we're going to do an hour, maybe I should just drill small blinds. Yeah, maybe to get better at, because thing is, right, if I train this spot and I'm not raising enough of these hands, then it's a bit pointless because I'm gonna not actually in game have a lot of hands. So I basically, looking at this first, I need to get better at knowing what to call and knowing what to raise, because I feel like in game I'm raising too much of these and I'm not raising enough too much of these. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll start off by doing, let's say I'll do 100 hands of just pre-flop, and then we'll get onto post flop, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that. So obviously these are all the different settings that you can do. So I personally like to do something like this. So I like to like actually practicing in game. I'm only gonna do one table at once just because it is better to look at when I'm streaming this. But actually I rarely like doing two tables. It makes it a bit more quicker. It makes it a bit more realistic when you're playing like 8 tables. I like to use time banks again, makes it a bit more realistic. And what you can do is you can do obviously like close decisions, but because yeah, we're just gonna do all the range here. Whoa, why is this? Okay. Any hands game? Yeah, cool. All right. And then we'll just do small blinds versus big blinds. 30 BB pre-flop. Did I just choose two? Yeah, I did. So I'm not gonna do 2 tables. All right, I'm just going to bend through 100 hands and then we'll get to post flop. So, from what we've seen there, I think there is some raising going on. I think it's mostly the 4x and the 5x. All right, so there is some raising. So again, just to go over the ranges, just to get familiar. Yeah, so you can see here, it's actually, so the Jack X, 10x, 9x, 8x, it's actually a lot of the 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x. All right. And then the offsuit combos start off at being like offsuit 7x, basically, like mixing. Limp call. Limp fold. Wow. Yeah, I really do need to look at the spot, don't I? Jesus Christ. I would be limp calling every single suited combo. So again, that's a mistake because we do actually have some folds from the bottom of the 2x and the 3x. So, all right, that's good to know. That is good to know. So, yeah, cool. First stand 2 mistakes already. All right, so we start mixing. So again, we can use the RNG here, where I'll just do it where it's over 50. I'll always raise. So we'll raise the sand. Oh shit, this is the is this the same here? Hand review. Yeah, cool. Let's do actually some yeah, no, I'll do this. I was gonna say some a bit more pumped up music, but it doesn't allow me to concentrate then. All right, so what I'm gonna ask myself when I'm drilling this as well is like, what's the bottom of my specific hand? So like, yes, ace 9 suited is gonna be raising here, but like, what's the bottom that I'd start raising? So I think it was ace 8, right? No, ace 7. All right, cool. Again, start mixing. We do spin a raise, so I guess we do start raising. Yeah, very nice. 6-2 off. I think we can have some open folds, and this is going to be one. Again, what would be like the bottom of my limp in here? I'm guessing we fold 6-3 off and we call 6-4 off. Nope. We do fold 6-4 off, so 6-5 off is the bottom. So it's basically folding all the offsuit 2x. A lot of the offsuit 3x, and then yeah, offsuit 4x is just the 6-4, 7-4, 8-4, and 9-4. Cool. Again, mixing, we do spin the raise. Again, mixing this specific hand. Yeah, I think this does mix. I think it mostly actually calls, but again, we'll start to mix it. Again, mixing. We do spin the call. Blammy band's so hard. But it's the hardest spot, but it's actually a spot where you need to start studying because you play it so often. You just do play blind v blind so often, so it's one of them difficult ones where it's like, do you know, in school there was always that one subject, let's say in science or whatever, that was the hardest, but you knew it was coming. It was so common in the exam that you knew you had to study at some point, but you kept putting it off. The blind v blind is that. Like the amount, like even just last night, if the amount of spots where I've like was here, not really know what to do, I like raise and then I just like wake up on the flop and not knowing what to see about, not knowing what to check. So what we'll actually do is I'll do 100 hands of these, then we'll actually look at we'll do some aggregate reports again, which is really, really, really good to just basically to analyze a specific spot, and then I'll do the trainer for that as well. Again, mix. Read that in the GTO blog. It's one of the top spots by EV/, you can see, is it? Yeah, mad. So difficult though, isn't it? But again, like we were talking about with ICM before, I think because it's so hard, actually that's where you can get a massive edge because most people just shy away from studying it, just like ICM, just like PKOs, because it is so complex. If you do actually study it, it's going to actually, I think, be more beneficial than other spots because it's so much more complex to study. Start to have some raises here, don't we? I think it's these ones where I need to start raising a lot more. I just mostly just instantly call, you know what I mean? Again, mix. We do mix the raise. Call. Fold. Sorry, I know this is a bit boring, but again, it's these boring bits that people shy away from and don't do. So it's just, yeah, this is why for me, the trainer is like what I use, what my coach tells me to use. And it is just a fun way of doing it as well. Like, you've just got to drill it, man, to get it in your subconscious, because that's the thing when you're playing multiple tables. You almost need to get it in your subconscious. So let's say my coach will tell me to do like 1,000 hands of a specific spot to get it in my, just to get it in my subconscious. Because like this is, I'd say this is probably the one of the biggest spots you need to get in your subconscious. Because like how many times like in a session you're playing like multiple tables and then it comes around to you in the small blind and you just like limp or you just raise automatically. Like I think getting a good strategy in place of this, which I personally haven't got, but now obviously hopefully after this session we can. Do you start to have some raises? I'll call this one. Pure raise and ace jack. No, pure call and ace jack. Wow. Mental. All right, so it actually does a bit of like a little wave there. So it does like that. Interesting. So I guess we now know that like ace jack, ace 10 off are actually pure limps. I'm guessing they go for a limp jam, do they? First the ISO. That's why. Just to protect your limp jamming range. Yeah. That makes sense. Because if you only limp jam pairs, then it's just a bit too face up, you know what I mean? So you need some offsuit ace X to balance that. So obviously have blockers to the top of the range as well. Because when you jam like these pairs, you don't block any of the top of the ace X, king X regions. I like it. Even the ace queen off there is mostly flattened. Mad. And again, it's just to balance your limping range. So you have some strong hands in your limping range. So you're just not always limping shite. You know what I mean? Again, we mix. Maybe 50 hands is enough on this spot, to be honest. Again, mix. Yeah, I think 50 hands is enough. Then we'll get some aggregate reports. And again, this is why I just want to show all ways of studying. I want to show just all the aspects of what you can be studying. Obviously, not only using GTO Wizard, but just studying in general. So, because what you can take out of it and go, well, to be honest, I don't really enjoy doing the trainer work, but I do really enjoy like doing the final table reviews. So I'm just gonna do that instead. You know what I mean? No, it's just itchy, man. I mean, we're meant to raise here, so it doesn't really matter. Is this the bottom? I don't think it was, right? We're just pure call. What I do want to see quickly is just what I'm getting a bit confused on is what suited connectors we raise from the small blind. So we don't really raise suited connectors other than like 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited, and then we start to raise from like 6-5s, 5-4s. Yeah. So again, it's the reason why it's starting to do this is just so you have a bit more board coverage on like lower boards. Mix. Yeah, I already feel, even just after doing like less than 50 hands of this, I already feel so much more competent in this spot. Oh, this pairs are an interesting one. I guess we go for a limp jam. I just want to see what's like the bottom of my like raising range with the pairs. Alright, so basically it's like sixes starts mixing, sixes, sevens, eights, nines, pure raising, and then there's some raising going on with fours, fives, and it's mostly just like limping twos, threes. So we can basically just like simplify and just go with like sixes plus raising from the small blind, and then twos, threes, fours, fives, just going for the limp jam. Yeah, nice. Hello. Do we mix the raise? We do. Oh. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is probably get to... I'll probably do it till R5, maybe. So maybe do another hour or maybe 6. Yeah, maybe do... Yeah, let's do till 5. Yeah, I'll do this till 5, the trainer. And then I'll do 30 minutes of the... Yeah, because that puts us on about 4 hours then, yeah. And then the 30 minutes we'll do the giveaway, we'll do the heads up battle, and then I can fit in a run before then coming back and then doing an MTT session. Big day today, long day, but I'm having fun. I'm having very fun. I really enjoy these. Because that's the thing that I'm struggling with the most is to fit in studying, and this just allows me to just do so much. Wait, so the limb jam. So I'm guessing there's ace 5 off. Who goes for the limb jam then? As the bottom. We got there anyway, sucker. We get to mix again. All right, cool. Sound. Skilled, thank you. So this is what I like doing before we'll do the train and the post flop now. So we'll do study. Yeah, we'll go on reports. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll do. So we'll go with... Wait, why is that? Okay, so as an overall frequency, you can see here that small blind versus big blind, once we raise small blind, we check 45%. So the overall ride and view is that we're going to have more bets than checks, right? So that's good to know. Next is sizes. So the most common size we use is 25%. Next is going to be actually 1BB betting, which is interesting, which I wouldn't have. And then so I personally would only have I would have 3 sizings here with going across all my boards. I would have a 25%, I'd have a 50%, and I'd have a 75%. So I personally would just scrap off this one. Yeah. I think we can. They actually do have AI thingies now, right? That we can do the AI solve. Maybe. I need to learn how to do them. Yeah, I need to get better at that. But yeah. So then what I then look at is we go on high cards. We then look at basically the boards that we mostly be checking on, mostly be betting on. So the boards that we mostly bet on are going to be obviously 2 high, 3 high, ace high, 4 high, 5 high, 6 high. So interestingly enough, you'd think that you actually would want to be betting most on the likes of king high boards, queen high boards, but it actually works the other way around. So I would have thought that we actually like check a lot more on the like 5 high, 6 high, 4 high boards, but it actually doesn't work that way. So yeah, again, this is why we study, and this is why I'm obviously struggling in game. Oh my god, I'm not even showing it. Sorry, I'm not even. Yeah, this is why I'm struggling, because I'm thinking of it of like the complete opposite way here, that I'm gonna be like see betting more high card boards and checking more low card boards, but obviously, apart from the ace high boards, it actually doesn't work that way. It looks as though we're betting a lot more on these low boards. So, Aldo, lads, what's happening? Congrats yesterday, nice one, lad. Did you find your thingies in the end, your chocolate? Cool. So then we will look at, we'll go to parent. So you can see the tripled, we just see bet range. So you can see, actually, let's just go back to the high cards. So you can see here that apart from 2 high boards, which is the tripled anyway, we don't see bet range, which then is important to know, right? There's no boards where we see bet range, in terms of like the high cards, right? There's gonna be boards where we have a lot of c betting, so like ace high boards, there's gonna be a lot of c betting, but there's, from the looks of it here, there's no boards that we, in general, in terms of ace high boards, king high boards, queen high boards, that we see bet range. So you can see here that we do a lot more betting on rainbow boards. We do a lot less betting on monotone boards, which makes sense because the big blind's gonna have a lot more flushes. You can see, like I said, the tripled, we do the most betting on. Paired, we do the most betting on. And then not paired, we do the most checking on. And then obviously the connectedness, we disconnected, we do a lot more betting. Obviously, connected, we do a lot more checking. Cool. So then let's go specifically on let's see the boards that we, all right, so, sorry, there is boards that we do see bet range, right? But for the most part, there's not going to be too many of them. What you could do is you could mostly just do like, if there's only 20% checking, then you could just treat that as like a c bet range, right? And just simplify. But you can see there's not too many boards that actually c bet range, other than tripled. So we now know tripled is c bet and range, right? So let's remove the tripled. So this allows us just to see the actual boards that we are c-betting range on. And as you can see here, it's mostly ace high, which makes sense given that obviously ace high boards were one that we're going to be c-betting the most. So again, it's good to see that these form of ace highs, we are just going to be c-betting range. So you got the paired ace highs. You've got, it looks as though, yeah, it's most ace high boards, to be honest. If we then do the filter, and we do the high card being the ace, if we then filter it to be, all right, so the highest ace high boards that we check are actually monotone. So again, let's just, because we now know that like monotone boards we check a lot on, right? So the ace high boards that we check the most on actually are the boards that I'm actually going to be checking are going to be betting a lot. So I probably just see bet range on these boards, right? Which make a lot of sense because we have all the higher ace X. But actually, we want to be either checking or big betting on these like ace X Broadway, which is really, really interesting. Don't get me started on the 12s. I couldn't sleep till 5 a.m. Fuck's sake, lad. All right, so yeah, this is really interesting actually. So basically, a good rule is, in terms of these ace X Broadways, 2 Broadways, or Broadway with connecting, we actually check our big bet, and the big bet coming from 75%. Just obviously given that when we raise from the small blind and big blind calls, they're gonna have a lot of ace X, king X, queen X, straights, yeah, 2 pairs. Yeah, so you can see a theme here. It's like it's basically ace x three, like two broadways, or ace x one broadway with like a connector. So like an ace 10 8, ace 10 9. Makes a lot of sense. And then the boards that are just going to be c-bet and range, that you can either use a small size or like medium size of like the half pot. It's just these like disconnected ace size. So like the low boards, they're disconnected of like the ace 10 2, ace 10 6. So let's just see when it actually starts to change. So by the looks of it here, it starts to change when, yeah, the kind of two cards are connected and there's a flush draw. So when it's like ace 8 6, ace jack 7, ace 9 8, yeah, cool. Basically, when you need a lot more protection from your range, obviously when there's a lot more straight draws possible, flush draws possible, and stuff like that. And then what you see a theme of is, let's say if we do king high, you normally see a theme of it working the similar way with like king high boards, queen high boards. I mean, ace x is pretty unique actually. In this scenario, because you do have a lot more ace x hands than they do, and the top ones, but you can see a theme. I think you'll see a theme of like the lower boards, like the king low low. So then, when you see the highest checkboards, again being these like, yeah. So see again, you can see a theme. These like king Broadway, king 9/7s. They're basically king connected. The king middle. With there being a flush draw, with there being straight draws, and then again you just like check or big bet, which I am probably just c betting small too much, but it does make sense when you need a lot of protection, right? It does make sense. And then what I'm gonna do actually is let's just clear everything. So then we'll filter it in terms of size in here. So I'm not going to worry too much about the 13%. Let's see the boards that we mostly want to be c-betting small. The 25% are these paired boards, which for the most part makes sense. And then if we remove the paired boards and the tripled, let's just do not paired. So again, we can see that the small size comes from the ace x. Again, what you don't need the much protection on these specific boards. The king high boards. So basically, you use the smaller size on the certain boards that you don't need as much protection on, and it's not as connected. So that makes a lot of sense. And then the 50%. So interestingly enough, actually, the 50%'s used a lot on these paired boards, on these ace boards, which, yeah, interesting. Again, let's just move the non-paired though. So again, it looks as though, okay, so that makes sense because, so this is these type of boards are a little bit more connected, but they're actually like ace low connected rather than ace medium connected, if that makes sense. So these like ace 6 3s, ace 8 6s, ace 5 3s. So they're not going to have as much of both of these cards, but there is some straights possible, some straight draws possible. So on the boards where there's not straights possible, but there is straight draws possible, and you do need a little bit more protection, then you can start to use the 50%, which makes sense. These like three Broadway boards make sense. And then we'll use the big size, 75%. Looks as though it's using these like tripled, these like low paired boards when neither one of us has got 2x. Again, it's using these like ace jack, these like ace face card that need a lot of protection. Yeah, these like low boards. Again, where you need protection with like your overpairs and 7x on these boards. And then there is some pattern used actually, which is interesting. So like again, these like ace medium medium where like straights aren't possible, but there's so many fucking draws and flush draws. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, cool. All right, let's do the trainer then, and then we'll just. So that's what I like to do before I do the trainer, just so you're not going in completely blind. Um, and then you can train it, right? And then you can test your knowledge on what we've just learned. Oh shit, sorry, completely wrong here. Yeah, this is what I wanted on it. Yeah. And you know what? I'll do it. I'll just do it based on the street as well. So I'm not even worried about playing turns and rivers for now. I'm just gonna concentrate on doing the street. We'll do 50 hands. Time bank, we've got instant IRNG, action, mistake, action, standards. All right, so what we've just seen then, straights are possible, so don't think we're going to use a big size. It's mostly probably this hand's just going to check. Oh wait, why is it giving us? Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, that's weird. I definitely put 30 big blinds and it's just give us 100 big blinds. What? Oh wait, what is going on? This one, this one. I don't know what the fuck I've done here. Oh, is it custom? All right, there we go. That should be better. Nice, cool. Yeah, I guess it gives me custom because, yeah, because there's so many different sizes, and that's what we actually don't need, but it's fine. Yeah, I guess, yeah. You know what? I actually think this might be actually better to learn from because in game, right? In game, you haven't got one or two buttons telling you what one it is, right? So this is actually going to be better, actually being more realistic because in game you've got options to all these different sizes, right? It does seem quite overwhelming because it's giving you like 8 different sizes, but I actually think this might be better to learn from. All right, King 3-2. I don't think we need to have any big sizes. I think we could just c-bet small. I think this hand can just c-bet small like that. Does check as well. Again, I personally would just c-bet small, 25% in this spot. Do mostly check. Okay. Yeah, these are the spots where I have fucking no idea. I don't think we bet like the 75 because we don't need as much protection. I guess we do. Oh, man, yeah. Don't know. Man, these spots are so hard. It's these boards that I like struggle the most with. All right. So again, from what we can see here, we actually just go with a check or a big bet, which makes sense because like our Jack X needs a lot of protection here. We've got overpairs that need a lot of protection. There's a lot of hands that we actually don't want to be betting. So it's just what I struggle with here is like bluffs. Like where do the bluffs come from? I know where the value comes from, right? So if you go on filters here, this is a really good way of doing it. So obviously we've got overpairs that wants to bet, you've got top pairs that want to bet, and then you go on the no made hands. So it looks as though the bluffs are mostly coming from these like hands with like backdoors. So, like you almost need like a backdoor flush, backdoor straight type hand, or a one over. Like that's why it's using a lot of queen X actually, because it's nice having a one over to the jack. Same with the king high here as well. So you kind of want a one over with some backdoors. Yeah, it's so difficult, man. So fucking difficult. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to try and guess what the solvers do. I'm just going to do how I would normally play in game. You know what I mean? In terms of the sizes. So I personally would usually just like see bet small with this. So then it's big, right? So this is what I mean in terms of like, I'm going to continue to do the sizes that I actually do in game. So then I can I can actually do the mistakes. So then it gets it out of my subconscious and then I start thinking about it a bit more. You know what I mean? So now I can like, because I don't even think about, I guess I do have some big sizes here. Like I think about having some big sizes with a 10 with an overpair. But like my bluffs like this, I don't actually think. But again, this is a really good bluff. Like my suits are really good. We've got one over. We've got a backdoor straight draw. Like this is a really, really good bluff to use. So yeah, it's a using suits as well. So just a little good tip here is blind be blind when ranges are so wide. Actually, it'd probably be best to pull up the solver for this. So, see where this is. We've got two suits to the board, right? When we see bet here, big blind basically doesn't fold any backdoor flushes. So you can see here all the suited combos here, all backdoor flushes, and you can see here, let's say queen three. The ones that start folding, shit, I'm not showing it. The ones that start folding are clubs because they've got no backdoor flush. So you can see here that look at all the suited combos. They all yeah, they all there's some suited combos start folding when they've got clubs. So you can see a king eight, queen eight. So they never when you see a c bet here, you never want to be folding backdoor flush. So that's why when you have two suits, you block two lots of the backdoor flushes. So that's why it's a really good bluff. So actually, if I had clubs here, it'd be, so you can see here with Jack 8, let's say Jack 8 off. You can see here that actually, to be fair, it doesn't really matter having a club, but when we use like, I guess when we use, yeah, no, actually it seems to be using more clubs on certain, actually, because that's a pair. Yeah, you can see here that like, so the queen 2 and the jack 2 of clubs are checking, but the other combos are betting, so. Yeah, no, I don't have these sizes, but like I was just explaining this, mate. I personally would normally simplify, right? And I would only ever use me personally. I would only ever use the 25%, the 50%, the 75%. But like I've just said, then I actually think I do have some training solves where I only use one or two sizes. But when you're actually fresh, you learning a new spot like I am, like I've never fully like studied this in game, you've got like 4 or 5 different buttons to press, right? And different sizes. So I personally, I wouldn't implement a strategy of obviously using 100% or 150% or 300, but I think it's actually good to practice on because you can identify the actual sizes that you use most commonly because obviously in game you've got access to all sizes, right? So, but yeah, obviously then when I'm in game, I would simplify to only have like I probably would just simplify to have two sizes. I'd probably have a small size and a big size. So my small size would probably come from 25% on this spot, and then my big size would come from like I'd probably just use like a this stack depth, probably like a 60% or 75% or something. So you're going to be doing a 4 hour study stream. Don't get completely headache. Nah, I feel good. Feel enjoying it. Fully enjoying it. It's been class actually, but that's why though. Like every hour, I'm gonna mix up how I'm gonna be doing it. I think if I was doing this for 4 hours straight, then I'd fucking lose my mind. But yeah, I've changed my opinion on this in terms of using the trainer because like prime example, right? Right, let's say so I know this is gonna be either using a small size or like a medium. If it only give me one option of a size, then it'd be easier to play, right? If I only give it one size, then and it's 25%, I know then it'll be 25%. But you can see here that actually 50% is used sometimes. So I think that's why it's nice actually training with this, but in game I wouldn't obviously implement that. Like again, I'm just completely ignoring this size. There's probably a way to remove them, but I'm just a bit shit. EV is the same. Either works fine. Best of the player pool we play in. Yeah. And again, it's like it's like we said to Trot before was like it's implement a strat that you can actually follow. You know what I mean? So for me personally, I would only ever use 2000. So I'm probably just going to concentrate on 2000s. But there's going to be certain boards where you want to use the 50% a lot. So again, I think this is just going to be a small size mostly. So. Well, I probably just use all these thousands for the first couple of times I train this, and then I'd probably simplify it and just use 2000s. I think it's fine. So again, now I think I now know that this is going to be a big size flop. So yeah, and again, like this is what I mean. Where like look at it, the EV's the same. So this is just gets too overwhelming. Like no human's gonna know to do this 20% of the time, do this size 20% of the time. Oh, you're doing this size 30% of the time with this specific hand as well. Like, nah, just have two sizes on this board. This is where I'm like, yeah, just shut up, solver. Like, Again, this is where though I actually quite like having the 50% because this for me doesn't feel like a board where we want to go 75, but it does feel like we do want to have a little bit of a big size. It does, yeah, like you say, it does use 75%. So this is where actually, I think if we go on this, does it actually use the 50% more than the 75%? Yeah, it does. So I personally then would, because like this board for me, let's say if it was like Queen 7-8, that makes more sense for me to use a 75%. But actually, this feels like a 50% in terms of like not needing as much protection. They don't have as much 6x and 4x, but we still want to be like, obviously, we still want to be c-betting quite a lot, right? Again, small size, don't need as much protection. Just go with that. You can group, yeah, for sure. You can group them. I personally, this is what I mean. This is harder, though. You know what I mean? And this feels to me more like playing in game because you've got access to all the like. That's what I'm saying. Like you haven't got Yeah, I guess you have got buttons, but in game you've got what some people might use 5 different buttons, some people might use 4 different buttons. You know what I mean? In terms of having a 25, 50, 75, 100. So just to learn, I think this is fine. This is an interesting one though. So I know that we're gonna have a lot of big sizes here, but I wouldn't have thought that Ace King has big sizes. I thought I'd mostly check you with Ace King, but let's delve deep. It looks like it is. Yeah, there's certain spots where I randomize. I wouldn't worry too much. I think actually playing the small blinds here, you can see that there's a lot of actually there's a lot of combos that you want to that you want to randomize, right? You want to mix. I had Sven calls talking about this one time. Someone was like, "Why are you using a randomizer?" Like, you obviously then aren't using the best strategy. But what he explained is he needs a randomizer, so he actually doesn't go to OTT with Raisin. But I think actually, I don't know, I have the data on this, but I assume that Raisin more here than calling. So like pure raising all these combos is actually going to make more EV than calling, because one, I don't think people play good. I think people probably overfold from the big blind, and they also don't three bet enough for as bluffs, so they don't three bet these combos. So I think if you were to like node lock for them to have more three bet calls, maybe more folds, then I think you'd see all these like pure raise. So you could just pure raise them again, just whatever works best for you. Like I just fucking randomize. It's fine. But there's a lot of spots where there's no point in randomizing. Like, right. So again, I think I'm fine with Fountain the Bluffs here. All these like two overs, backdoor flush, like two cards to the two cards on the board. Um, but yeah, I'm just not finding it with the Ace King. But I mean, you can see Ace King's mostly checking anyway. So simplifies easy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Again, I think just small sizing. Again, I like my hand. I like my suits. All right, so I think that you're going to start to have some big sizes on this, or still small size. Again, I don't really like my hand, don't like my suit, so I think this combo probably just checks. Nice. I think this is a really good tip, or like, yeah, it's just do it based on suits. It seems a bit mad and it seems a bit hard to get your head around, but like prime example here, I assume that King 4 with the King of Spades is going to be better morbid than King 4 without the spades. So again, I think if we had the spade and the heart, it's a really good combo, because then we block a decent amount of like the backdoors that are going to call us the backdoor flushes. But having a club or a diamond is really bad because it doesn't block them. Do you think BBZ is worth it? What, in terms of coaching, seminars? Obviously, there's a lot of different aspects in BBZ, so let me know what specifically you're thinking of. I personally use BBZ for the seminars. So I join the live seminars now and again. I also watch the videos. They save the seminars. So I personally mostly use BBZ for that, to be honest. And also, obviously, in the past, I've used what I highly recommend is the BBZ bundles. I use the BBZ one. I use the Ape Stars one, which I always recommend. Shout out to the GOAT. This is what I used when I first went pro, when I quit my job. Bought that myself, studied with it, and yeah, it helped me make a little bit of money. But I personally just download GTO Wizard myself. Just obviously, like, there's no free aspects of BBZ, other than like the YouTube channel and stuff like that, right? So I would obviously check out the BBC poker content that's free. I always recommend to start with free content, because like there's so much free content out there. You can download GTO Wizard for free. So I was using for the pre. Oh yeah, for the chart. Yeah, 100%. So when people come to me, I mean, I've got a command. You can see it's in the command there. When people come to me, it's like, right, how to study? What's the best way to start studying? You can see I've got it in the command then. Get the BBC preflop charts. So I think you can get free preflop charts with GTO Wizard, or you can obviously get the paid ones on BBC. Both are going to be fine. Both are going to be fine. And then obviously you got the free trainer with that as well. So obviously I'm affiliate to both, so you can't go wrong with either one. All right, what I was looking for, I was looking for the King 4 one. So you can see here that, oh shit, this here. Yeah. All right, so you can see here that King 4 with the King of Spades is always betting. King 4 without the King, without a spade is fold, is mostly checking. Sweet. Even with the 4 of spades, it's mostly betting, yeah. Actually, sorry, let me just quickly, in terms of size and wise here, so I thought it was mixing between small size and big size, which it is, yeah, nice. Again, I think sort of suits are decent. I think again we potentially could use some big. It doesn't seal me to it's a 75 board, but probably some 50%. Same again. Probably some big sizes going on here. 75, 50, 75. No, okay. All right, so this is where I was wrong. It's going to be one of the big size boards, isn't it? Oof, did we bluff this? All right, let me just quickly look at that King 9's board, the spot first. When will I see you again in Game of Gold was a great TV show. If they invite me back for season 2, then obviously I'll go. I left GG. I mean, I left them on good terms, don't get me wrong. They understood my decision to leave, but because I left, I very much doubt they're going to invite me back for season 2. So, but yeah, honestly, unbelievable. I'll always be grateful for GG and the guys at GG for getting me on. I was obviously a nobody. Still am a nobody, but compared to everyone else on the show. So yeah, unbelievable experience. I still can't believe I was on there and that was me, to be honest. All right, so you can see here that, yeah, we do have some 75s, but we actually mostly just small size this board, the Jack 3-2, so. Yeah, this is going to be a big size for sure. Yeah. So we did see monotone checks a lot. Yeah, I guess we want to just use our like offsuit combos with a spade instead of this like shit gut shot, right? I imagine. Yeah, so we just check a lot. Yeah, actually, there doesn't seem to be a preference on spades, interestingly enough. Thought there would be. Yeah, these are the spots that are tricky. Again, I think with the spades, we're betting more. I think we can just mostly check this hand. Just check fold. I think, yeah, obviously prefers to use like the Jack 10s and shit with a gut shot. And yeah. Okay, we do check call. Again, having the hearts decent, we probably prefer to have a spade. So I guess this combo just checks. Again, just check folds. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Easy small size. Decent hand to bet. 2 overs, backdoor straights, blocking 2 of the suits. I imagine that we probably can have some big sizes. Oh, actually, yeah, this is the pot. Interestingly, I would have thought that it has the yeah, actually, because if it's the Jack 8-7, then there's actually straights possible. So then we have some smaller sizes. I think. Let me have a look. So again, like I would just completely just ignore the 100%. I personally just use the 75%. Like you can see the 75% is used the most anyway. There is some small sizes going on. What was I going to check then? So there is some 25% going on, but with our hand, because yeah, that makes sense. Because actually, what we use big sizes here is going to be the kings and the queens. So because we almost duplicate that, that's when we want to use the big size as well, right? But what I did want to check was quickly if we change the 5 to the 7, because there's a straight possible, do we now start off with some smaller sizes? We do. So you can see now the 100% goes out. And we actually either check or we still bet big, but we check a lot more. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Do 2 more hands and then we'll do the heads up battles if anyone wants to play. Maybe do the sit and go as well. Oof, again, I think we don't use the 100% because the straight's possible, but the 75 makes sense. All right, last one. Again, suits are the worst. Like not having a heart or a spade, so we just check the hands. Nice. I think I think what I've learned, right, and I think this is a takeaway from this session, is to in game. Again, it's getting you in your like subconscious, which is very hard to do in these spots when ranges are very wide and like, and you're playing a lot of tables. But that's why it actually might be worth me playing a little bit less tables tonight and just fully concentrating on the spot that you get into a lot. Suits are just fucking so powerful, blind v blinds, in more than any other positions. So when you actually, and it simplifies it, right? Prime example, like this seems close between a raise or a call, or a raise or a, are you gonna bet or are you gonna bluff or are you gonna check? But like when you've just got no suits on board, you just check and you just completely give up. But then when you've got suits on board, so then when we open, let's say we've got the ace of spades here, that's when you bluff. So again, it's like, it seems very complicated, but actually, when you simplify it like that, so a prime example here, you've got ace 2 with a spade, bet. You've not got a spade, check. Simple. Seems simple, but obviously it's a lot more harder to implement. All right, cool. That was good. I feel like we've learned a lot today, you know. This is class. I mean, it's only 25 hands, but yeah, we need to definitely improve on that. Right, let's try some of these heads up games. So we just do casual. Oh wait, can we not do? Oh shit! All right, there we go. Click for paramounts. This is sick. Five X's, yeah. I don't know whether I can invite people to this heads up. I don't know whether, I think you can, yeah. All right, let me play this and then I'll show you this feature. So this is a new feature they've added where you get to play heads up and then it solves every hand and then you get to see how you play it heads up basically. So it's pretty sick feature. Haha, this guy's wild. I guess we just call him position to a pot. Click for player rating. Rating 1500. I think we bet small for sure. I don't think there's checking with this hand. I think we just go with this. Size up for a river jam. Nice. So what I like about this is not only because like using the trainer for heads up, it's difficult using the trainer for heads up because the trainer and GTO plays so different to what actually humans play like. So prime example, right? So the way this guy's playing, this is an actual human. No solver's going to play like this, but actual humans do. And what do you play? What you're hoping to play when you're playing heads up is an actual human, right? So this is why I think actually this way of studying heads up is actually better. But it's not only playing a human; it's after it. I'll show you the way after it. It solves every hand, so it tells you how you basically played every hand. So to actually study heads up, it's a sick way of doing it. So this one's just like not ranked, but you can do ranked as well, so you can get like a ranked score and stuff like that. So, but I'm sure there's a way to invite someone from the stream that I can play them heads up. Not too sure I need that feature. Solve every heads up in my head. Listen, some people need it, some people don't, lad. Can't all be geniuses like you, lad. For the win. Nice. All right, so you play it, you win it, you lose it. You then go and review your hand. So it said here that my GTO score was 76.2%, EV loss was 0.1. You could see that I actually did play a lot better than my opponents. They made more mistakes. I played more good hands, but then obviously we can go and review. All right, so. See that, yeah. All right, so that was the first. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, yeah. I guess this is the only like the only bad thing about this is, which I assume it'll get better at, is it doesn't obviously take if someone starts to raise like 4x or 5x, that's not a GTO play, so it's not going to recognize it as a GTO. So prime example with this spot, it's not going to recognize it because because they fucking they donk leads. They donk lead pot on this board. So it's not, it's obviously not a thing, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's not giving us that. Okay. But it looks as though, yeah, for the most part, we played it fine. Like we didn't make many major mistakes. I guess all these are just all in. Yeah. Prime example. So you can just keep playing that, and then it obviously just it analyzes all the hands for you. So that's sound. But let me just see if there's a feature where I can invite some of you guys. I'm sure there is. Play with friends. There you go. No, I'm sure there was like a heads up one, wasn't there? Huh. We might just have to do this shit and go. I'm sure there was a way to play heads up versus your mate though, wasn't there? Casual competitive. I guess not. All right, we'll just have to do a shit and go then. I'm guessing the first, like, how many people are we? So if I sit, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the first 8 people to join. So what we'll do is, actually, what I'll do is I will do, so I think anyone can join this from anywhere in the world. And even if, I think maybe even if you've not got a GTO Wizard account. Oh shit, I'm going to have to do some card protector though, aren't I? All right, let me just get up a little card protector. How about we do this? We will do it as a hyper. The winner will win a subscription, a 3-month subscription on GTO Wizard. And then we'll do the marbles giveaway. How are we going to do this? How about we do this? First and second place in this sit and go. Nah, we'll do first place in the sit and go, wins the subscription, and then top 2 places in the marbles race wins the subscription. So I'm going to be giving away 3 overall. How about we do that? How about we do that? All right, so there you go. There's the link in chat. First people to join. Let me just add a little image though for a card protector. So guys, the ones that have joined, did you guys need to create a GTO Wizard account or not? What can I use for the for my card protector? All right, we need one more. There we go. Why is it not let me start? Oh wait, let in. Oh fucking hell. All right, sorry. All right, one sec. Let me just get me logo. Where are we? There we go. I mean, you're probably going to see me cards for the first one. So actually, let me just do this. Ah, there we go. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're going to see my cards for the first one. That was a bit stupid from me, wasn't it? All right, there we go. I'll just fold. Fuck it. Cool. All right. So winner. How about this? Winner gets a 3-month subscription from GTO Wizard, and winner also gets a sub if you're not already subbed. How about that? No need for an account, mate. That's fucking sick. Cool. Yeah. We'll do this a lot then, guys. If you want, we'll do this as a little like. Maybe we'll do this as like maybe at the end of a stream we could do a little sit and go, or we could do like where every time I have a giveaway we'll do the giveaway as this. This is well better than a fucking marbles race, isn't it? I think. I guess we can do both. Can you see my cards on it? I mean, oh, it says high card here though, doesn't it? Shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to cover. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to cover my. You know what? You know what? I'll actually get GTO Wizard potentially if I'm gonna be doing more of these. I'll get them to actually make me some card mates, some card markers, maybe where I can hide, where I can hide like both the that and that. But for now, I'm just gonna have to I'm just gonna have to do that. How did you get kicked out? That's weird. Could I make? Could I have two of these going at once or what? Maybe I could actually. Huh. I'm just thinking of ideas now. Yeah, to make it fair, actually, I could actually have two of these running at this at once. Let me. Yeah, I assume that we'd be able to get two. So obviously, only issue is I couldn't stack both of them at the same time. So I'd have to make it where they'd be side by side. We'll just do one for now, and then yeah, we'll do one for now, and then we'll do the marbles race, so everyone has a shot at the marbles race. Swan busted, but this table is still full. What the fuck? Yeah, just saying Aldo. If I let Aldo in now, what happens? So who got knocked out? Tier is. Yeah, I don't know how this works to be honest. I guess we're just learning together. Tier is. Did it automatically buy you back in? Did it? Because I can just kick people, so I might just have to do that. Wait, why is this happening now? This. So Mike, you right? Okay, so Mike's not in. Right, I'm guessing it basically just doesn't show the empty sheet. It just like, yeah, it just automatically like puts it down. I don't know. Fuck knows. I don't know. Fun though. So yeah, this is almost like a test stream to show both GTO Wizard and Poker News to basically just be like, listen, like these are the numbers, these are kind of what I'm doing the study stream ads. So yeah, and obviously if it works, if they like it, then hopefully we'll be able to do more of them. Oh wait, so when someone sits out, then what is going on? Is it just removed you or what? GPR? What's going on? I mean, I'm a bit of a nit for all this, aren't I? Oh lad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. David, I'm sorry. Right, okay. Yeah, so it just automatically like changes the position. Ah, okay, that's quite cool, I guess. So let me just kick David. So GBR shut out, but then oh no, he's back. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. It resets your stack. What? Sits out are dangerous. That's mental. Yeah, basically don't sit out. How can you? Ah, okay, sit out. Wait, so I'm guessing it only resets your stack if you've got a big stack. Imagine if you've got like one big blind, you sit out, and then it resets it back to fucking. It resets it back to like. All right, let's try it. Actually, puts me back to 15 bigs. One in heart, lad. Sound little feature this though, because obviously, problem is when we do home games, there's a lot of people in the world that can't play. Where there's obviously this one allows people to from all over the world to play, and two, you don't even need to create an account. So why are you slow rolling me, GBR? That's what you get, you little nit. Pocket threes we had. Boss the little emojis you can do as well, innit? Fold. King three. After I win, it'll say zero mistakes, zero time and tells. I was meant to be on no delay, but I think there's a slight delay, is there? Yeah. Weird. I'm all in. Sixes. Slight delay, yeah. Sound. I must have got the setting wrong or something. I hope it ranks everyone's play for you too. Yeah, I'm interested in that. I don't know whether it will, but I guess we'll see. Oh, I shouldn't have showed, should I? Oh, well. I had an ace, ace three. I know, like, this is meant to be a hyper. The fuck's going on? I thought this would be well finished by now. It's a naughty little 3-bet, that lad. Naughty. Be cool if they develop it to show the VPIP too. Then you can kick the lowest every 3 rounds. That'd be sick. That'd be a shout, actually, lad. I'll mention that to them. That'd be sick, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Just be every 3 rounds. Just be like, right, you're a fucking nit. See you later. That's a belter idea, that. Looks like Leo's running like God, taking everyone out. All right, down to the final 5. Hold! Unlucky, fellas. See you later. What do I do here? Because I can't obviously win the subscription. I guess whoever gets heads up versus me just wins. So. Yeah, because I don't want to chip dump to. Yeah, I'm not going to chip dump because obviously then that's not fair on either one of them. So, because if I just start jamming all in here, then I guess if I do just jam every hand, then it does make it actually is fair. But then it's not really if someone wakes up with what a hand and the other doesn't. You know what I mean? So I'll just play normally. Queen 9. So yeah, I guess it's technically the bubble. I guess no, slightly. Obviously, if they get heads up, then it's the bubble. But whoever gets heads up versus me wins, instant win. Mate, I was gonna show my cards then. That's not a good. That's not good. Fuck this, no delay. I don't know how they do it. All right, we've just been practicing this spot. If you win, then we all get wrecked. Just to say, watch out, mate. If you give prizes for free for poker, it can be run in a casino. Yeah, but this technically we're not playing on a money site. When we're giving away subscription, we're not giving away money. That's yeah, I do get what you mean. If we were doing it on like a PokerStars home game, then I guess yeah. What do you reckon? That's an interesting point, actually. This should be fine, though, right? Surely. Yeah, it should be fine because we're not actually giving away like we because it's not on a real money site. It's obviously on a study site. Plus, we're not actually giving away like a tournament ticket that's worth money. We're just giving away a subscription. So I'm sure it'll be fine, right? I do get what you mean. If I was giving away like a 109 ticket on this one, then maybe it would be a bit more. Oh shit! No! Oh, I didn't mean that. Fuck. All right. Fuck's sake! I'm so shit at this fucking no delay stuff. All right, we got to do it now. Okay. No. Chop. Nice. Quick, quick, quick. Cash. Yeah. I just won't do it for tournament tickets then. I'll just do it for either obviously this subscription. I mean, because that's what I mean. That this is, it's not. Yeah, start a subscription. I guess it is worth money, but fuck it, I'll be alright. Yeah, I think it'd get quite grey if I was giving away like an actual like ticket worth money. You know what I mean? Mate, this is the fucking longest hyper I've ever played. Jesus. The software didn't tell you, no. Alright, to get heads up, basically for the win. Aaron can spin it back one big. Giveaway happening literally as soon as this is finished, mate. Alright, Leo. You win. Do you want, Leo, it's up to you. Do you want to play normal? Do you want to just go all in every hand? What do you want to do? It's up to you, mate. Whatever you want to do, I'm happy. You just let me know. Speed races on GG go faster now. Alright, I mean, we're all in anyway. I'm the best. Why can't I run like that in the 500 heads up last night, eh? Fuck me. Oh my god, I shouldn't have showed that, no. Of course. I run like God in the heads up. In the one heads up, that means fucking nothing. Share your feedback on Discord. Thanks for playing. Play modes is in early access. Yeah, so it's in early access. Ranked system coming soon. Sound? Cool. That was sound that though, wasn't it? It's fun. Yeah, we'll finish off. So yeah, Aaron, DM me what I need from you if you haven't already signed up is your GTO Wizard email address. So sign up with your account, and then just let me know your sorry, Leo, wasn't it? Not Aaron. Leo, let me know your GTO Wizard email, mate. All right, let's do a quick marbles race, and then I will go for a run. I was gonna go for a run, but I don't think Have I got time now? I might just have a little break and then just fuck the run off, to be honest. I think it's just gonna take too much time. By the time I go for a run, get a shower, get ready, and then come back on, I think I'll just take a little break and then we'll just get straight into the tournament. Good that though, isn't it? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that more often, guys. Even if it's just a bit of fun at the end of the stream or something. Maybe we'll just do that. Yeah, maybe we'll do that maybe we could do that on a Monday as well, actually. Because I've got my new challenge starting on Monday, a really fun challenge. So maybe we'll do that on Mondays as well. Create a program. All right. What are we doing? Royale or Grand Prix? We normally do, or race. Which one's best? We haven't done a Royale in a while, actually. Do you want to do a Royale? Tilted. Oh shit, they've got well more new ones. What are we doing? Lovely study stream. Nice one, mate. Yeah, man, it's fun. I mean, I'll speak to the guys at GTO Wizard and speak to obviously the guys at Poker News and see how often they want me to do them. But even if I was to do them once a week, I reckon it's really good. It's really fun. What are we doing, guys, on Marbles? Up to you what you just want to do. We're going to give away. So we've got obviously Leo just won a 1 month subscription then to GTO Wizards starter pack. I think you can, Leo as well. Let me know what you, I assume you want it for no limit, but you can also do it for cash game. Sorry, tournaments. You can also do it for cash games, I think, on Spin and Goes. We've never done tilted before. What does that even mean? Max players. Wait, have I just started that without? Okay. All right, cool. Exclamation mark play in chat. Never done this tilted one before, so let me just quickly go to the toilet before I yeah, just get everyone to play. Exclamation mark play. That's all you need to do. You can do exclamation mark boost as well. It's a boost. Sorry, I was just putting some chicken in the oven as well. Forgot I hadn't eaten today. Cool. We all done? We all ready? Any more? Any more? Any more? Exclamation mark play. Let's get 15. Come on, one more. All right, top 2 winners get the GTO Wizard subscription. Yo, Sharky lads, what's happening? What one did I used to do? I used to do this one, didn't I? I don't even know how this is going to work, to be honest. Oh, wait, can I? Oh, I can actually... Oh, shit, I can actually... I control this. What the fuck is going on? This is madness. Could I just kill everyone off then, could I? Yeah, this is a bit shit, this one. Because everyone's just gonna die. Yeah, I can just kill everyone off. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, fuck this. Sorry. Alright, we're not doing that again. How'd you even get out of that sentence? Sorry, right, we'll do it again. That was shit. I am the soundless soldier. All right, so we'll do random. We'll do viewer play. Sorry. You'll have to rejoin, guys. That was shit. That was shite. All right, exclamation mark play. Go, 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 go. That one literally was rigged for stream, yeah. I could basically choose who I wanted to kill. Exclamation mark play again. Don't know why the delay's gone so much. So weird. Settings. Tier is 23 subscribing at the tier 1 sub. Nice one, mate. Sub luck has to be a thing, right? I guess we'll find out, lads, don't we? I guess we'll find out. You can also exclamation mark boost as well. Oh, what's the other one? Or exclamation mark fast as fuck or something, is it? All right, couple more minutes. Couple more minutes, come on. Or 1 more minute, actually. Nice one, lads. I appreciate that, though. All right, any more? Any more? Any more? Any more? No? Sad, let's go. Best of luck, people. All right, top 2 win. Top 2 win. Everyone else gets knout. Ooh, this looks a bit mad. This looks a bit boring, though, don't it? Looks like a golf course or something. GBR in the lead. Go on, lad. He's fast. All that loss of weight. Look how fucking fast he is. He did say he was faster, didn't he? Fucking hell, mate. You weren't wrong. Skeldon now coming in with the Prime Gaming sub. Nice one, lad. Oh, GBR. Oh, now Leo. No, GBR's back in front. Aldo at the back, obviously. Lad, you can't. Don't be trying to find your fucking your chocolate bars, lad. They're gone. Let's get in the race. Oh, there he is. All right. He's back in the game. GBR still in the leads, then followed by Jeb, then followed by Peter, then Aldo. What is stopping people here? Little tyres or something? All right. Peter and GBR. Then comes Leo, then comes Aldo, then comes a man called Robin Poker. No one's died yet. It's a bit shit, isn't it? I like the ones that when people die. All right, Peter has gone into the lead now. GBR couldn't knock it. Yeah, it's actually not the best to be out the front because of these tires, actually. Because the first ones knock the tires, so it's actually better to be like second or third or fourth. This is going to be an important one. We've got a few more tires left to come. Danger Mouse now in the lead, but you've got to fade the last tires. Will he do it? Oh, no, he hasn't. Everyone's fucking miles behind, though. He could still make it. No, he's stuck. Oh, heavy. That is heavy, that lad. There we go. Who's going to get first and second? This is a boss race, actually. Everyone's stuck. Who's going to get through to the tires? Obviously, I can't win if I'm to top two. Who's going to get third? Oh, that was close, that. All right, Exxon and Silty. All right. You both, I'll obviously take a screenshot, but if you both want to, yeah, just download GTO Wizard, create an account, and then just DM me your GTO Wizard email address. That's all I need. And then just also let me know if you want tournament, if you want spin and go, if you want cash. And obviously, if either one of them doesn't get back to me, Spencer McCaw, you win. Dun, 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 dun. Rigged. Oh no, sorry for those that wanted to try the sub look. Hype train, yes, the boys. Go on then. It was boss that though. Yeah, so we've done just over 4 hours. I wanted to do around 4 hours, so mate, that was fun. Like I said, like this was the first test stream that I wanted to show GTO Wizard the numbers and see how it performed. So hopefully they think, yeah, it was sound and it went successful, and then we can do more of these. But to be honest, even if they don't, we can still do more of these. And even if we just do this once a month or a couple of times a month, I think it's sound. Oh shit! I didn't set the timer, did I?